Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I played this a few years ago. This is a really fun little narrative game with a really fun narrator. It's really ones like Bastion, Darkest Dungeon, and so forth that a good narrator really makes the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Let's jump in.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And
Sounds fulfilling.
Might have considered it soul-rending. Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And
There's
Stanley
no world beyond our
was
office.
happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
There's not even a push
Never
any
in all
key.
his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Hey, welcome,
Shocked,
Jake.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Or did I? So,
All of his co-workers were gone.
this changes based upon whether you
Stanley
follow the
decided to go
narrator's
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
instructions or disobey. The first time we're going to go ahead and just follow the instructions, and then we're going to go off the rails as much as possible. Hey, welcome, Idril.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It gets so much fun when you start doing the wrong one. But we're going to do the right thing the first time.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Taking up passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more. These are some excellent tips. Ooh, using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on all that text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You, most of all. Oh, this is going to be even just... Yeah, I'm probably going to be doing, like, Stardew Valley on Wednesdays for a while. Ooh, number of slides on this slide. Slides, charts, and slides on a pie graph. This is amazing. See, this is the game right here. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Ooh, and it's got blue that's going up. Rate of increasing... Okay, yeah, it's time to move on. It's been a few years since I played as well.
Staircase, Stanley walked
Upstairs.
upstairs to his boss's office.
Since this is the first time, we're going to just follow the instructions.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
All of them.
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
However,
Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
amazing.
He stepped into
Almost
the
as though a
newly
voice from
opened
beyond
passageway.
giving me instructions, guidance, if you will. Ooh, dark metal foreboding elevators. I know, it's been 4 years since I played this.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
By following the instructions of an unseen
When for
narrator.
years, it had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
Ooh, electricity. Let's touch it. There's definitely, if I remember...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh. Escape. No, we're not escaping this time. Oh, I can't jump. I still am gonna jump. Ding-fingled.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Hey, it's not. It's like a nice little path. It's lit and everything. Pretty sure we can do it. Ooh, a button.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally
that's good to hear,
monitored in this
Panasonic.
place where freedom meant nothing.
I mean, it's kind of a philosophical sense of freedom. It really just depends on your perspective of freedom.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it.
Called
He
determinism,
couldn't
kid.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh, the narrator's so much fun in this one.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this.
Oh, it's a fun little narrative game,
And as the
Jake.
cold reality of his past
The best part
began
is
to
once we
sink
start
in,
actually not
Stanley
following
decided that
instructions.
This machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ominous pit of death. If I remember right, you can either turn it on, in which case the narrator gets very snarky and blows up the place. Oh, it'll tell me which button to push. I've got to turn it off.
Last, he found the source of the room's power. He knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
And that's the basic path. Now the fun part is actually just disobeying and not doing anything the narrator says. Or like when you go up to the very end and you just turn it on.
And a rising chill of uncertainty.
We're gonna just have fun just screwing
Was it
around.
over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as
None.
sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Lies. I just want to go back into Plato's cave. We can play shadow puppets all day.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Never! I'm going back into Plato's cave! There's all sorts of shadow puppets. It's only a model. Stanley never went outside.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Or was he? Yeah, this one's a pretty easy one with it. See, we beat the game. That's all we needed to do. But now we gotta do different stuff. There's so many variations with this that they get kind of silly.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, if I remember, you could get locked in your office at the very beginning.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That's what you think.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I want to admire that room first. Deal with it.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring.
It's got cold
It would really
drinks!
be worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Not as much as the cold drinks. I can crouch! Oh, I can't even see what kind of cold drinks they are. But I'll take the dark green.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the
Some
room.
majestic mountains.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here
Hey,
you
the
sit
letter 10,
looking
thank
at
you for the
these
sub.
chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It is, narrator. Deal with it. I can't even open the blinds, but the blinds themselves are just
At
too
this
amazing.
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
See, I'm solving the mystery just by doing nothing. Hey, welcome, Tosin. Yeah, I've had this. Oh, you're 6
Stanley
hours
sat
in?
around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
You're gonna have to send a bigger message than that. After all, I'm digging through my pockets for $1.25 for cold drinks. Hey, welcome, Godfather Puppy.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
Was
Took
amazing.
the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, that's so much fun. Oh, can't you jump off this to your death? You can.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Nice. It's not OSHA compliant. That's the most important thing.
All of his co-workers
Hey, welcome,
were
Nuclear
gone.
Chair.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
We
room.
are playing
Perhaps he had
Stanley
simply missed a
Parable.
memo.
For the fun narrative stuff, I have demonstrated my power by plunging to my death.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
If it's not OSHA compliant,
This was not the
Godfather
correct way
Puppy,
to the meeting
I
room,
will find
and
a way.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Not even trying to go the right
Wow.
way.
Yes, this room.
This room
What a
again.
beautiful room. What a
Drinks.
gorgeous, gorgeous room.
Cool.
Thank goodness Stanley
Fresh.
had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
I'll miss you.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
Oh,
first
I don't know
open
if there's
door on
tables
his
to
left.
flip. We'll have to figure that out. I don't think there were tables that you could
Stanley
flip.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Warning, do not jump from the cargo lift. Will cause death. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Whatever, you can't sue the dad.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
No dice.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
I was already having beautiful stuff in the detour room.
I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Oh.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I picked the white door. Curses. Needs a key card. Okay, let's see. I picked the 205. Wait, that's 285. Son of a... Oh, it's 2B5. It's not 205. It's not 285 either. See you in hell, narrator.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm colorblind.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, it's behind me.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Probably double hell.
Stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
You can't see it, narrator, but I'm shooting you the bird with both hands.
I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Skill tree vehicles.
Absolutely nothing so far.
I've given you the bird.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Oh, this is the one with
There
the...
we go. A third option.
Nice.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Sounds great. This is like the hell door.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways
Hey, welcome,
the game
Brew.
could be improved to
And
more
Penguin.
fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here,
This is quite a bit of fun.
Data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Oh, does it involve jumping off cargo
I
lifts?
think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
If it involves more falling, then that'll be great. Oh, nice. Worldwide leaderboard. Nice. Steps taken. Ends achieved. Only the worst 3% chose the blue door. Yes, I'm in the 3%. Yes. I'm at the very, very lowest. This is perfect. That being said, we'll go back to the hell door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to
Oh,
give
this
it
is the one that
playtesting.
gets you the
You
baby
wouldn't mind taking
blood.
a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh no,
In
this one.
The baby crawls left towards
You have to
danger.
push the button for like
Click the
3
button
hours.
to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting.
I know,
the
I'm being the
demands
best
of
at being the
family
worst.
life. I think the art world will really take notice.
We don't have
And
3
of
hours
course,
to
the
do this.
message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for
Oh, it's
about
4 hours. I'm not even
So why don't
remembering
you give it
correctly.
4 hours of play to make sure it's effective. Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
It's an amazing game. A little too hot to handle, really.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
A little
Because if
column
it's
A,
the
little
latter, well,
column
I don't know
B.
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here?
Maybe Minecraft?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, hey, welcome time. Oh, they switched it from Minecraft.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
We're a washed-up
Obvious
alcoholic
to me that you are meant to play as
who's
a
now a
creepy
cook.
man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Nice,
Perhaps
a
for some
creep
sort of
tower.
Twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What
Ooh,
a
what's that
fascinating
say?
venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's
Do I get a
venture outward and see what else is out there.
My creep jacket. And my creep calendar. Creep bed, my creep toolbox. This is like, much better than Minecraft. Ooh, do we get to fall off this? Yeah, this definitely appears new. 10 out of 10 would be in my creep tower. Okay, I've learned to actually try stairs. You thought I would have learned this from the cargo lift, but unfortunately, I prefer the quick way down.
No, it can't be.
Surprise genre switch to horror.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Jonesy Lake. Hey, I was trying to creep here.
Miss Stanley, what a close call. You really wandered off into that thing.
Wonder if I
That
could have
big,
gotten there if I
open,
was...
just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
We're making the narrator ill.
Now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Like that. Ah, can turn on the water.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
The cargo lift. I did the cargo lift. Oh,
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'll have to try.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
Yes.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must.
Goodness, I can't get off the
Stanley,
track and
here's
get
the ball.
lost.
Have fun.
Oh good, I can actually move quickly. Time to get lost. Yeah, because I think in the original one you played Minecraft instead. Yes!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Haha! Nice try, narrator.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Aha! I can fall even more! Into a black void. Ooh. Now this is like the super creepy office. Nothing but doors. Doors and Fallen. Ooh, there's a light up ahead. That's usually where you turn around and see something in behind you, chasing you. Oh, there's the new Kirby, a new Kirby game. You're right. Oh, back to my office. Excuse me. I just want to play solitaire. Oh, there we are.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
Probably
I
double
wonder if
hell.
he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Like he's just like
The end will
twiddling
be
his
here
fingers.
Very soon.
Maybe even twirling his
I can
mustache.
wait.
Or can you? Yeah, it must be the back rooms, Geonix.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think there was a thing where you could go out of bounds, and that was an end-in. Ooh, new content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
It means I'm going off the rails, narrator. This has kind of like the creepy vibes. Because you imagine like...
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
It just needs like a white van that says new content.
The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Ooh. Ultra.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Who knew you could just inject
Please
content?
step inside and see what
Yeah, this is
thrilling
new.
new adventures await in the Stanley Parable.
It's
Ultra
just an empty
Deluxe.
room.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Little did the narrator know I was going to just get back on. Oh, it does. I would have thought that would have been a choice where it would just be like, oh, you want to get there and now you want to leave?
So far, it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
No, it's just an empty elevator. 20 hours. It doesn't go anywhere.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
So what the narrator says, we got your money, so enjoy the new content. An empty room!
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yes!
All right, let's see. It's
Also, apologies up
the
there.
jump circle.
Haha! I'm only doing 5 jumps.
Is that it?
Yep.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Oh, goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
I know, the
It's
narrator
just
is definitely one of the
elevators
best parts
and
of this game.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new
Hey, it
content,
works for
then I
Mario.
can just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours
No, we
of
can
new
jump.
content. And
But I
oh,
only
wait.
want 5
There's more.
jumps.
Very good.
Any more jumps and that's too much
I knew
content.
there had to be something else. Let's see it.
There's walkways.
Ready for whatever it is.
And plants. Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it?
I told
No,
you.
You've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
I mean,
And
it's
don't
got a
get me
chair.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Do it.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about.
Doors.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
What do you say, friend?
Oh, shoot, he wasn't giving me a choice. Things have changed. Ooh, I wonder...
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent.
Oh, nothing...
I want to show you something.
Oh, nothing bad has ever happened to following people into a vent that want to show you something. Nothing that bad has ever happened. I wonder if interacting with that picture would take me back to the normal.
How cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra
game.
Deluxe content turned out to be. Well, it got me thinking about the past.
Oh no, I did
and
jump
how
in there.
much
I just
better
didn't
the
jump
Stanley
all of
Parable
them.
used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oblivion or something.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I am gonna burn this guy's house to the ground.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity.
The
Back
Last
then,
of Us in
it
the
all
category
meant
story.
Something.
Oh,
No
jeez.
Waste.
Also conserve words. 6 components of a great corporate culture. They even got stickers. Hey. Let me get. I need to set this place on fire. I need to find some matches. Trip down memory lane. Oh god, it's CDs. That is memory lane. Actually gonna tell me that it's come out on floppy disks. Don't play for 5 years. I think I almost have that achievement. I know it's been at least 4 years since I played this game. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Oh, yeah. I don't actually know much about the origins of it, unfortunately. Oh, I thought I could have jumped off there.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever
That
created.
reviewer voice
That's
sounds like
how
that they were
grand
smoking
and
a cigar.
all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Wait, there was an hour of elevator content? I only got like 2 minutes. I feel shafted now. And more with all that. Ooh, can I go down here? Definitely done for a cheap buck if I don't even get an hour of elevator content. Yeah, I need to set this place on fire. Yeah, it's surprising that it's like...
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
Wait, it would have been 10 out of 10.
Else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
We definitely need to burn this place down. Hey. 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 Boxes, get out of my way. Boxes, don't make me commit arson. Yeah, I need to hide in the boxes. Of course I can't jump. Boxes, why would you do this to me? I thought we were friends. I thought we had an understanding. No, I can't jump anymore.
These were simpler times, Stanley.
Oh, I have to go this way.
But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Ah, these are all the
What's
bad
What's down
memories.
here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
The negative ones.
These in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
We've gotten into the world of Fallout.
Glowing as well, weren't they?
Not recommended yet.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny!
Olivia.
I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
Wonder if I could get
suppose
flattened
write
by
up
that.
a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Quick, can do a forklift thing. I like the moment when they get to Steam and it's all just run down everything. It's gonna get even worse. Just gotta make sure that it gets even more run down. We could use these forklifts, we could dismantle his pristine house. Ooh, not recommended, but I can't make it out. It's all dark and stormy.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No comment.
Preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
I know, he is
always
funny,
look, to be honest,
but
I
it's
have
even
always
funnier
thought of
when the
game's
narrator's
dialogue as
upset.
being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
So much purple prose.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Well, if you pretend they don't exist, then...
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Enter off into the
What's
wasteland.
this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing
Cock
anything
Cookie 9.
so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button.
Just enter into the water.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley.
I feel like we
Yes,
should have just
a
like
skip
walked
button
out
we
into
shall
the
have.
lake. Death. Oh,
And
good, we
here
can skip
it
it.
is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it.
It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on.
That's the best part of the game.
The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
I know.
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here.
I didn't think you could
pretend that I've
interact with
just
the
begun
forklift.
An interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
All right, let's do it.
The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see.
Yes,
blah, blah,
yes.
Blah 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 blah.
I see your point.
We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That
Exactly.
The logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for
QED.
nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I
Just
say...
a while.
The story and the choices, or what have you.
He's just
and therefore,
repeated
by
himself
becoming
now.
it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably...
Oh, we have to skip.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue
Hey,
full of
I sat through
unnecessary
it.
verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you
I'd say
need a
5 out of
description
10.
of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and
I
more
know.
of a
Part of the
treatise.
fun is messing with the
Or
narrator.
maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think.
Can you sum it up in
So
like
my
30
theory
seconds?
is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you... Well then, sport, you really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start
shoot.
to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there.
I'm gonna push the button.
Skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, goodness.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
The plant's all
Stanley,
dead.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here.
It's been a few years. Oh, we don't wake up.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again.
Oh,
Welcome.
that tree is just so dead.
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything.
The narrator's probably dead by this point. Just skip ahead a little. Oh, I didn't even change the batteries in the watch? Oh, the fire alarm. Whatever, skip that.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be
Ah,
funny.
the narrator's
It was meant to have
okay.
a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their...
Oh yeah, that's right, there's no door. So we can't actually escape here.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He's gonna
is
say
never
this
the
for a
end,
while.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
He probably
is
just
never
went
the
out
end,
for
is-
like coffee or something. Seeing the place isn't on fire, so either they put out the fire or things were well. Oh, nice! Maybe we have an escape now. The only thing is dust and ghosts now. And it's like nature just reclaims it. The end. Ooh, some radioactive science stuff. Maybe it's actual radiation. That's how we die. Oh, yeah, see? Nature's just reclaiming it. It's also beautiful. This time skip ahead a little bit. Have some skeletons and everything. Some vines growing in. Oh, it's already dead. What is it, winter? Ooh. Now it's like... Now it's like nuclear winter fallout. But with more ghosts. I mean, that should still work, even if at that angle. Oh, come on. That should still work. Ah, well. Nice. Nothing but a barren, empty wasteland. In the middle of nowhere. And we're never going to escape. Only with the blazing hot sun and death looming over us. So we walk off towards the closest mirage until we perish under the scorching sun. I mean, normally things fade to white about this time. Maybe roll some credits, theme music plays. Maybe that building was the mirage. And this was real life. All the while, we were just hallucinating a story all along. Oh, and we're back here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, you even got neon lights. That's even better.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I want to
Stanley knew
admire the
perfectly
lounge.
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
Cold drinks,
What
I've
was
missed
it
you.
about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley?
Only cold
Its
drinks,
grace,
narrator.
Its subtle charm.
Cold drinks.
No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
Like the darkness of cold drinks. But nonetheless, I must bid you farewell.
Yeah. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I think we need to try some of these other
Stanley was
variations.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
We need
I'm
to
not
take
sure
the red
that
door.
Really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
None whatsoever.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help
We have to try and go
to
through.
show you something beautiful.
See as
Look, let me prove it.
see
Let
as
me
many of these
prove that
options
I'm
as
on your
possible.
side. Give me a chance.
You know, I don't
Now
really know
listen
because they're
carefully,
not
this
really
is important.
specified in age.
Stanley
They don't
walked
really
through
need
the
to
red door.
assign ages for that to be the case. Alright, so where does red door
Oh,
lead us?
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Versus,
I wanted to stop.
you figured it out.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Nope.
And I think
Running forever.
I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Running forever. You can't make me. Oh, shoot, it's both ways. I'll take the black door on the... I'm not sure if it's the left.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
No happiness for you.
Feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going?
I think
no.
you...
Stay away from those stairs.
I think we
If
could
you
jump
hurt
off these
yourself,
stairs.
If you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I've watched Edge of
Please,
Tomorrow.
No, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think. No!
Oh, jeez. I actually was going to try and stay at the top.
Thank God.
Wait,
You
I lived?
You have me worried. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me.
I can
can't
crawl.
Go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
We'll have to try those
Can you do that
variations.
for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I figured this would be where
kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Stanley would be all like bloody and spitting teeth out and be like, uh-huh. Third time's a
Maybe
charm?
You're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
I know, this one is
Guess
pretty
that was
sad.
Too much to ask.
There's quite a few of them that are
It looks
kind
like
of
you wanted to make
sad.
a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
A fourth type's a charm, I guess. But yeah, it's the entire thing of being reset.
Is
Over and over.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
That is pretty sad.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I actually pull that out now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
I
perfectly
have to
well.
enjoy the lounge.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing
know,
now in
there's-
this incredible room, Stanley for the first time, but eager to get back to business, Stanley
Understood
took the
true
first
happiness,
open door on his
but
left.
nonetheless just left. I know,
Stanley
there's
was so
ones
bad
that
at
still get
following
you
directions,
kind of
it's
involved.
incredible he
But
wasn't fired years ago.
I think we have to take the one that as we get over that.
Look, Stanley,
And then
I
we'll go
think
back and
perhaps
do the
we've
red
gotten off
door.
on the wrong foot
Only
here.
stay in there.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Such a
Someone you've
non-OSHA
forgotten
compliant
about.
cargo lift.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I'll unplug
As
it.
Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
No, it wasn't me.
No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up
Yeah,
the
it's
phone.
probably the
He's
IRS.
taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't
Nothing
understand.
means anything at
How on earth
all.
are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
And
How did I not notice
flashing a
it
bird.
sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh, this is one of the other sadder endings.
I can't believe I was so mistaken.
This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best
Oh,
part
great.
of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
I feel like it
For
needs
example,
slides.
In this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could
just
years of
shoot
hard
people.
work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember
Forgetting how to
that
read.
unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis
Aw,
is the
it's
best
just like hanging
part
out with
to
an
a healthy
alligator.
decision-making process. Most medical
Where's
professionals
the skip
recommend
button?
making at
You
least
need it.
8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever
Don't.
make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant.
I feel
and the
reassured
feeling
already.
should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Oh.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been.
I
This
assume
way,
the narrator's
please.
been smoking all this. Oh, if only I could use the forklift. We could go through that metal door, I'm pretty sure. Come on, drive the forklift.
Now that we know
Oh, I
your
like
choices
how
are
there's a
meaningful,
gate.
We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
See, he's made
We
it
just
OSHA
need to get you
compliant.
home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Hey, we've made a difference here. We made this lift OSHA compliant. I feel like that's meaningful. Oh, we can't actually write it again. I know, OSHA compliance. Now they're not going to get sued. Which way? So easy when there's only one choice. We'll get to enjoy the lounge again.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
I'm gonna make the wrong choice again. He's gonna be so pissed.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
We can get in here. See, I like what they've done with this place. These, diagonally stacked, twisted, contorted filing cabinets, they're the new craze. Can't really find them these days. Oh, I think we have to go to the left. I think because we went right, that screws everything up.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect?
Whiteboard
How can I go
manager.
back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
Hey, there's a smiley face.
No. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Aw. Oh, hey, welcome, Black. I played this like 4 years ago and I had a lot of fun with it. The best part is the narrator.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
It
You just had
was.
to see?
Of course.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
I'd say more of a solipsist at this point.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nice try, narrator.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting
Oh, hey, welcome
the
back,
story
puppy.
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll
I'll
be
take a
fine.
third option.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
We'll take the right way.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know, the easiest way would just be to have it to where there was only one open door.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Oh, he's
Just
trying to
follow
get
my
me to
lead
go
and you'll
this
be
way.
fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set
That's
of
okay,
2
I'm
open
patient,
doors,
narrator.
he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
Oh,
would.
take it.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Oh,
Just
jeez.
follow my lead and you'll be fine.
I know.
All
I was...
right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Go left this
doors,
time.
he entered the door on his left.
I just wanted to get him angry. But he was just looping.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling
Tips
a
for
wave
not
of
getting
disbelief,
fired.
Stanley
Don't get
decided
fired.
to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Sounds legit. Broom closet. Go there. I want the brooms.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, that's right. We have to go left because now we have to do a voice recognition thing, but Stanley can't talk. So
Stepping inside his manager's office,
it causes
Stanley
problems.
was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oh my
Shocked,
goodness. Hey, welcome,
unraveled,
Jen.
Stanley wondered in disbelief who
Oh, thank you.
orchestrated this until he saw the door
This is also
with
one
a
of the
voice
sad
receiver
endings.
next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Passcode was
Night
please
Shark
speak clearly
115.
into the
Was this the code
receiver.
To open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
And this is when the narrator learned that Stanley was mute.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
If only talking was enabled.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Just remove the step. Just say that Stanley, like, hacks it or something. You can always
Okay,
rewrite this.
Fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices.
I'ma
He
play
knows
solitaire.
what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door.
Yeah, this one's pretty sad.
Stanley?
Stanley is just gonna stand there
Are you...
forever.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please.
Oh, it's definitely a lot more
You make a
interesting.
choice. I need you to walk through the door.
This one is very sad.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay.
Or narrator.
Okay, I can wait. You need time to
I
decide.
know, Stanley face reveal.
To make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
It's very sad.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself.
I know, it's very
I'm
strange.
sure that the orders stopped coming in. How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Got fancy new content, neon signs and everything.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Actually,
doors,
we're gonna, like,
he
mess up
entered
on
door
the
his
left
left.
side. Wait, there was a broom closet, I think. Not the broom closet. You get a broom.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up. Stanley
Nice.
stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
There is a
so
broom.
He turned around and got back on track.
Lies. Look at all these wrenches, copper wire. I could build things with that.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
It's
No
not
reason
empty.
to still be here.
There's duct tape. Duct tape can solve all the problems of the universe. And this mop bucket, we can do things with it, I'm pretty sure.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
It's my 5-minute
This,
smoke break.
He's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, jeez. See, I can take these wrenches.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
See your
Please offer me
reaction.
some explanation here. I'm genuinely
Oh, hey, welcome,
confused.
Dina. Oh, I have to stand still? I thought I can just, as long as I stay in the broom closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even
Intense
occur to me
drivers
because
tonight.
Literally, this closet
Apologies if
is
you're
of
still here and the car's
absolutely
driving.
no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
That's what you think. That broom is going to be of critical importance. I'm going to need it to defeat my boss. I'll break it and then
To you, this
plunge
is
the
somehow
sharpened
its own branching path.
wooden
Maybe when
bit
you get
through his
to talk
heart.
about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite."
That broom closet ending was my favorite.
Concerning.
Perfect.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
This is my complex backstory.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
No, I forgot about the
you
drugs and
collapsed on the
hookers.
keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
I mean, if you're dead, you do
Hello?
have to say
Anyone
something.
who happens to be nearby, the person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
Could have been drugs and
It's indicative
hookers.
of the long-term sustainability of your species.
Everyone knows
Please
broom
remove
closets
their
have drugs and
corpse from
hookers.
the area and instruct another
We
human to
still
take their
be-
place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
You have to do it in under
When
30
you've done that,
seconds.
just step out into the hallway.
Yeah, don't smoke, kids. This was a drug PSA all along. It's not the Stanley Parable, it's the Stanley PSA. I forget, do you actually have to just step out? It's been so long. It's been 4 years since I played this. All I remember is that you could enter the broom closet. The broom closet ending is my favorite. I live here now, narrator. This is exactly what happens. Me, my broom closet, my drugs and hookers, with the job I got because of a family connection and or drug money. Oh yeah, I think you do.
Second player, it's good to have you on board.
Second
I
player.
guarantee, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh, red glow. This is obviously hell.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
I got drug
Maybe,
money.
he
I
thought
can
to himself,
sleep.
maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence.
Wait,
in a single
there is
moment
more
for
dialogue?
No reason at all. None
Oh,
of it
no.
made any logical sense.
Hey, welcome, Hank.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
I just assume
And for
people
that matter,
close
these rooms were
doors
starting to look pretty familiar.
behind me.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange.
Hey,
This
welcome,
can't
Hank.
be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
I should have been
He thought
going.
to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy
gotcha.
this while I'm still lucid. So,
We'll have to go
he
back
turned
to the broom
himself
closet
by
at a later
and
time.
began to gently float above the ground.
Oh, cool. I got levitation
He
powers.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
Where's my
One
drug
he was
money
amazed
and or
he hadn't
hookers?
asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
There's so many walls
I'm
being
dreaming
broken.
about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
No.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
Drugs.
This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Definitely drugs.
So he
Yeah, this is philosophy. This is what
He invited
intro to
himself
philosophy
wake
class.
up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin.
Every philosophy
press of the
professor in
mattress
intro
on
to
his
philosophy has to do this
The
exact thing.
fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish
Well,
it
yeah.
could be over. Let me go back
There
to my
was kind of
job.
like a backrooms
Let
kind
me
of Stanley.
continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Sounds okay.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Uh-oh. That's after all the drugs kicked in.
This is the story of a woman named Mariela.
Nice.
Mariela
It's a
woke up
player
on a day
too.
like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments...
Oh,
she
hey, welcome,
considered the
Utopias.
strange man.
This is a
He was
narrative
obviously
kind of
crazy.
game
This much she knew. Everyone
in
knows
which
that
we either
crazy
listen to a narrator or
and in that
disobey.
moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
And then she stole his
Then
shoes.
She remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this. So it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She ran. Of course. Why not? Yeah, see? That's the Stanley PSA. Yeah, please stop spamming Hank. There's really no need to.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Oh, we're not going to the new content. We have to do other stuff.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
I think we have to answer the phone. We haven't done that one yet.
Knew it perfectly well.
Oh, we also gotta
Perhaps
go
he
back to
wanted
the red
stop by
one.
the employee lounge first.
Only
just
this
to
time,
admire
stick
it.
around so the narrator can be happy.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach.
He very much
But
is.
Eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, we still have to do that one as well.
Stanley was so bad.
There's
at following
quite a few
directions,
variations
it's
with
incredible
it.
He wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust
So
in
yeah,
someone
we
else
haven't-
can be difficult, but the fact
They
is
haven't done the
that
one where we
story
answer
has
the
been
phone.
about nothing but you
We need to go
all
back
this
and do the red
time.
door again.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Your
Please,
wife.
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
That
To
cargo
put
lift
your
needs to be
work
more
aside,
OSHA compliant,
to let
just like
her
when we
back
unplug the
into your
phone.
life. She's been waiting.
Or has she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the...
Roll credits. I like how our apartment's also the same number as our office.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Or about your day at work.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see...
Nice try, narrator.
Come
We're
inside.
addicted to drugs and
Let me
hookers.
show you what's really going on here.
I was about to say, my wife doesn't
Sorry,
cook bread.
but you're in my story now.
Ooh, the way he says that is so evil. Oh,
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named
why would we
Stanley.
put the chair there? That seems like the worst way. Press Y on your keyboard. Okay. She's a little blank. She really hasn't dressed up much for this.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job
Hey,
that
welcome,
demands
Red.
nothing of him.
This is the
Every
Stanley
button that he
Parable,
pushes is a
which we have a
reminder
lot of
the
fun
inconsequential nature of
with the
his
narrator.
existence.
Please, press K.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Ooh, our apartment's getting
Now
more
he's
rundown.
pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
Press L to eat your
Now
lunch.
He's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press H.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
Please press F to fantasize.
And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Ooh, press U to watch TV, just like in
And
real
so
life.
he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
To spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Oh, press Z to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
Oh, it's getting more
he
run
began to
down.
fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
Oh, it's a lot of fun,
and he
Red.
called it the Stanley Parable.
Key to tell your kids a story. Let
It
me
was
tell
such
you a
wonderful
story,
fantasy,
kiddos.
And so in his head, he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end.
Ooh, do
that
we
he
do the
might
thing
always feel this free.
where we sit at our
Surely there's
desk
an
and
answer
then we
down
just
some
like
new
age super
path,
fast
mustn't
until
there
we're a
be?
skeleton?
Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press H to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Ooh, but do we hate Mondays?
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here,
Aha.
watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
You don't have a mirror. Press C to question nothing. I have many questions, but not anymore.
In the way I want him to.
Oh, thank you for being
I
in that
don't
bot.
make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
See nothing.
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed
Please
a button.
die.
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh, I thought you get to push a button to die. I thought that was the case in the original game. Ah, well. Here we are. I think you can lock yourself in your office if you quickly get back in as the door closes. Take it. There it is.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Pushing buttons
He had
requires no
nobody to blame
decisions.
for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
Forever.
Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Yeah,
Stanley
I'd forgotten
waited.
if it had closed
Hours
automatically.
passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
That's where we jumped to
Eventually,
like a skeleton
someday,
with cobwebs
they would
at the
arrive.
chair.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes. All of his co-workers
Oh,
were
it
gone.
does
What did
close
he do?
automatically, but from
Stanley
further
decided
away.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Isn't there one where if you
No matter
interacted
how hard Stanley looked,
with
he
some of
couldn't
these
find
things?
a trace of his co-workers.
that you could get like outside or something? I forget what it was.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in
Ooh,
any way.
it did make a difference. I turned that off. Forget exactly, but I remember that you were able to get like outside. Especially because there's like... Oh, climbing on the chairs. You're right, that probably would work. Except that I can't quite get... Oh, there it is. Aha! We're learning. There it is.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then
No!
praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think?
Me too.
You sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case,
Ah,
let's
shoot.
continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Probably.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh,
Hey,
now,
welcome,
think about
Tormoose.
it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
And ever. Oh, I think I do have to, like, quit to the menu. Begin the game again.
Someone was
Yeah,
following
skip
Stanley.
button.
He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Oh, come on. Come on, computer. Save me. Aha!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until
I
he
don't
heard
think
this
that that's
narration
really much
and
different.
realized it was part of the game's design all along.
There is new content,
He then
Tormoose.
praised the game for its insightful and witty
It boasts
commentary
over an
into the
hour
nature
of
video
jumping
game
in
structure
elevators.
and its
It's more like 5
examination of
minutes.
structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
Good times.
Like right now. You could have done it just then.
Or
Would
now.
also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Nice. Oh, we even get nice music.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Oh, it's in limerick
What Stanley
form.
liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased.
I know, this is amazing.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite.
We still have to go back to the broom closet for
And
more
if you
drugs
are
and
not
hookers.
strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
I know, this is such a fun game just for the silliness.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Yeah, I try to ban them as quickly as possible, but puppy. How many verses before he runs out of dialogue? I mean, you gotta have the drugs and hookers, and everyone knows that's in the broom closets. Is there any more stanzas to your epic song? Maybe a chorus or something? Maybe that's in the Ultra Deluxe one, under the new content. They usually pop up, like, almost in the first hour or so. Oh, I think this might be it. We've run out of things. Come on, narrator, you're supposed to add some more lines. It's tantalizing because you know that he might add stuff later, you know, if you wait long enough. It's like, nah, this is kind of looping. The game is now paused. They just need, like, some epic narration for that. I think that was the end for that one.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
But yeah, see, there's the new content thing that once you start it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
All
doors,
right, broom closet.
he entered the door on his left.
Do it. This is definitely a very fun game. It's one of those games that you just play. Yeah, tips for not getting fired. Don't get fired.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I'm telling you. You must have to, like, it's like the very first time that he'll talk about how Stanley likes drugs and hookers, and he only got the ones from, like, drug money. Mine's been pretty good, Red. I've been playing Haiku, the robot, today. I think I should almost be done with it tomorrow. And overall, I'd say that's pretty enjoyable if you want to,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
if you've been
walked
looking forward
upstairs
to it.
his boss's office.
Ooh, the executive bathroom. I got the feeling. Money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. But I don't have a purse. Oh, the mirror doesn't even reflect my face. How unfortunate. Hey. Rude. Oh, I think that just gets us the one where we... Oh, this... Wait, what? Business strategy? That's not even strategy. That's great. I mean, I gotta give it A+. That's definitely the best business strategy I've ever seen. My goodness. Won't be doing any kung fu with this. Forget. What the hell? What is that? Kung Fu Panda 4? My goodness. We're going up and down. Oh my goodness. I don't think we took the elevator yet. And Stanley danced in the elevator because no one was watching. It's on every floor. Bo finds out he can't use Kung Fu against the clock. Oh no. Wonderful. I wonder if we can get killed by the doors. Yeah, it is the same floor. I don't think we can actually use the elevator. thought there was some ending with it where the narrator will say stuff. Also, apologies if it makes you a little disoriented with the dance party thing. I'll try not to make it so drastic. Quick, buy more jumps. If only I had more jumps. What's in the envelope? The box. A short history, I can't read all of that. Something about Poland and Austria. That elevator doesn't go anywhere. That seems very... Oh, hey. I am the most expensive boss. Oh, that's good to know. It's a shame we can't take that. I definitely want that. I want a picture of that. That's just so amazing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean?
Buy him out.
Wondered aloud.
Only we had the money for that.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his
Always
attention
throw
was
the books
caught
on the
by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
No, I'm not
What
done
could
pulling
its
off the
purpose
books.
be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And
Wonder if you
the
get
boss
something
had
for doing the
assigned it
wrong
an extra
keypad.
secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I like how the narrator just blatantly tells you it.
Two, 845.
That'll get him even more angrier.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Nice.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
It makes you wonder why he doesn't do that when it's the voice-activated one. If he was so eager for you to not script the story. I know, only 10,000. We'll get it eventually. Yeah. Ooh. Wonder if we get one if we go back up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
Haha!
Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
But his boss's office wasn't there. Oh, guess it is still there.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
Stanley needs to throw some more books
To the edge of my
to the
seat.
floor. The most important part of the story. Wonder if he says more things if we just keep going up and down on the elevator.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I don't know.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No.
This is an
It's
elevator
time once
game.
again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
What if someone changed the boss's office while I went down? This is gripping, suspenseful stuff. My life could be turned upside down.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
With intense music.
This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Nice. I wonder if it's going to be a literal minute.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Oh, more time. Oh, good. I mean, maybe the boss redecorated while we went down the elevator. You never know. He could be hiding behind one of the bushes. So you see, this is how they pad out that hour of elevator content.
I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
But if he needed that much time to process it, it's going to blow his mind when I come back up here again.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling.
Oh, thank you. You beat me to it, puppy. I wonder if we actually get an ending if we keep doing this. I'm not sure if this was actually in the original game.
You know what?
It's been so
I just thought
long.
of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
I know, I'm
But the
surprised.
suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
All right.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it
Anticipation
seems
is, like,
nowadays the only
tripled.
thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
Yeah, like, our
To have
boss
to
could be
think
just, like,
and to
hanging from one of those
anticipate, and then
rafters.
to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley.
Oh,
What
yeah.
you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
Jeez,
You're the
thank
one
you
who
again,
took this
puppy.
bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp
Exactly. This
and
is Elevator
vibrant and
Simulator
alive. That's why
2022.
people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know
Hey,
you're
welcome,
not much for the public eye, but I thought
hey,
it would
Kawan.
especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really
press the
look out
elevator
for you,
button and quickly
Stanley.
leave?
I don't know if you realize the
We'll have to try that
impact
next
you have on them. This
Minecraft.
is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the
I know, the
better.
narrator does such a
Oh,
wonderful
good
job in this
idea.
game. Oh, beautiful.
Okay. the
See, I
room
told you my
arrangement
boss's
for
office would
conference
change.
Should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh, and they even have world's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. Oh, we did it. The pyramids. Live. The guy who went to Mars. See, I don't even care about the Stanley Parable now. I'm now invested in these 3 movies. Ooh, the stage door. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. See, now that's even more interesting. Come on, I can clip through there. Guess not. To
All right,
stage.
are you
Welcome,
ready?
Stanley.
I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling.
Almonds,
and what
chair,
it means
gum,
to
table,
craft
nut
a
bar.
truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you.
Story.
get 'em.
Stanley, me. I like how they're just saying, story. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You're too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg, champ. Your boss. Ooh, wait. I love the way you ride elevators. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get him, Tiger. Okay, Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife. From the apartment ending. Oh, goodness. Perfect. Beautiful. Elevator endings are the best endings. Thank you. Thank you. You're too kind. I know how to ride all the elevators. Oh, look, there was a book on the table? Sorry, folks. I have to check the book. Oh, shoot. It's faded away. It's not good. Oh, up and down again? Oh, it's like there and back again. By Stanley.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never
Jeez.
leave it again in his life.
We done goofed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
I think we
he knew
need
this
to
was not the correct way
do the
to
one where we
meeting
get
room,
onto
and
the...
Stanley knew it
Oh, we still need to do the
perfectly
red door and then
Perhaps he
stick
wanted to
around.
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand.
Cool drinks.
majestic,
You'll never betray
perhaps
me.
too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
Just
This
gotta...
made him smile.
You gotta bleed
At
for your
last,
art.
Proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Do it. Well, not this time. We're gonna take that door another time.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
See, I feel
I'm
like
not
you should be able to
trying
drop
really
into that,
I realize that
to that truck.
investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story
I don't
has
think-
been
I
about
think that might be
nothing but
new.
you all this time.
It's been 4 years, so my
Someone
memory is
you've
very
been
hazy.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
I have
Why,
negative
I
consideration.
don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your
Take
side.
the white door.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
That's right, we have to look at the
Oh,
drugs.
thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that
I know.
really have wanted
We've
you
already
to be
jumped off
happy
to our
all this
death, though.
time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running.
We did that,
and
like,
running,
early
just the way
on.
you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Nope.
And I think...
Run forever.
I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Drugs can't be the solution, man.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I mean, yeah, you'd probably be happy with a lot of drugs, I suppose, here. But instead of killing ourselves, stick around. Be happy. Oh, see, now it's all psychedelic. Drugs are definitely kicking in at this point. Oh yeah, we jumped off that platform long ago, though. I'm trying not to repeat the endings if it can be helped. Wonder if... Forget, is the ending if you just stay here, or if you have to, like, jump once and then come back? Yeah, now this is Drug Simulator 2022. I mean, it was supposed to be 2010, the year we make contact. It's about 12 years too late. You're getting the munchies just watching this? Ah, this is the rest of the stream. Look at the bright side. At least we're not spending 4 hours trying to save a baby from a fire. Oh, a muffin was 100% tofu free. Jeez. I forget if it's that we just have to keep watching long enough, or if we have to leave and then come back to watch it. It's been so long. Drug ASMR, the stream. Wait, wouldn't the narrator have to be, like, talking quietly or something? Like, Stanley went and watched the drugs, and Stanley was happy. It's a cardboard cutout of a baby, random dude. And you have to keep pushing a button for 4 hours to keep it from going into the fire. Oh, you're right. I probably do need to leave, especially since the narrator hasn't said anything in a while.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Oh, I think we have to kill ourselves. Because I think that it just keeps doing this until we decide to just keep jumping off. Although we'll watch Drug Simulator 2022 for a little bit. And hopefully we'll get an end in. Anything else is dark? Well, nah. Now we're getting psychedelic lights out there. Yeah, we probably do have to go back there. Alright, have a great night, Band of Sonic. Thanks for stopping by.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Yeah, I forget if you actually have to just keep killing if you are forced to.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
It's kind of iffy, man. I have to commit Sudoku. Oh no.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
There's a chance I survive.
No, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley. No!
The eyes lived.
Thank God you lived.
Maybe we
You
get
had me
some.
worried there for a moment.
We get some more dialogue.
Can we please get back to the other room? There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Oh, dang, this one's actually pretty sad.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No.
This is unfortunate.
No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Words are meaningless. There's only gravity.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? Yes, perhaps you can.
I can appreciate the
Perhaps
gravity
you'll
of the
finally see what I'm
situation.
talking about.
Your drug lights.
You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Your drug lights aren't revealing any answers. Yeah, we gotta do Sudoku. This is most unfortunate.
No, perhaps not.
But unfortunately, third time's not the charm. Gotta do it 4 times. So I guess we have to repeat this so we can exhaust all the dialogue with it.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
I'm just
You
doing
were
it for
literally
Edge of
willing to kill
Tomorrow's stuff.
yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No. It's just Edge of Tomorrow's stuff, guy. Just need to reset the
Maybe
day.
you're just getting a kick out of it. Don't you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
A little column A, a little column B.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Just imagine a bloodied Stanley spitting out his teeth and just giving a thumbs up and a smile. Oh, go under the stairs? Oh, I thought that... Yeah, that might be the key. As I don't remember all the endings. I know I did some of these way back in the day. I live under these stairs now. These are my stairs. Ooh, a cardboard box. There's nothing in there. There's no choice. We have to commit Sudoku. And end it. And then try a different option. I think it's go right and then take the door on the left when that's offered. Oh, climb down to the top, but go down. I don't think that'll do anything. Yeah, see? It doesn't seem to provide any more dialogue. So we just have to jump. There's no choice but Sudoku. And then reset in the day. See what kind of...
Is it over?
It
It's
is.
going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Will never be over. Well, at least until it is. I know,
Stanley
it
had
is
never seen
very
the
dark.
office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the
We just have to
meeting room,
enjoy the lounge and then
Stanley
go to the
knew it
left.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
I think
the
it tries to get
employee
you back
lounge
on track,
first,
but it won't
just
give
to
you...
admire it.
Won't let you,
And here it was, the lounge.
cold drinks.
What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room.
Filled with
This
cold
is what
drinks.
Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va va voom. What a room.
Oh, nice. What a room indeed.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Forget if this one has 2 choices or...
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nice. Forgot there's a button. Let's do it. It's an elevator. We love
Stanley
elevators.
didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Oh. Doors open. Oh no. That's the only door.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, it's probably...
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down...
I think as soon as you
left,
push the button, it
right.
closes, too. You can't do that.
Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ooh, we're gonna get hit by a car. Ooh. Dark Menacing? This is definitely double hell.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Never.
Okay. We just have to get back to,
It's all spoiled now.
It's all rubbish now.
Exactly.
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, so we need to go to the right, and this time instead of doing the left, we'll just go forward.
When Stanley...
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
Oh, it does change stuff.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Something has
Stanley,
changed.
did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's
Wrote
here
it in
somewhere.
pencil and
Okay,
crayon.
then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Like the chair story. Come on, chair story. You got this. Alright, now we get some backroom stuff. Never trust the doors. All the doors lead to doom. At least that's a nice picture.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Oh, come on, this is
Do we
like
just-
2 out of
Do we
10.
need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Forget if this is still part of... Yeah, because I think it still changes things.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
We missed lots of things. Okay, but going back... Haha, you didn't expect me to go back to the original place. Instead of going back to the very beginning. Ooh, just
Aha!
sleeps.
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh yeah, this is a great place.
Now well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
This is probably the narrator's murder cabin.
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
A winner is me!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Don't be taking away my trophy.
No, you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Went through the right door.
I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
I'm telling you, that's definitely the narrator's murder cabin.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay. Oh, well, that's new. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience
yes, of course.
that existence, right? Okay.
I do have to go this
now,
way.
If my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective
Really need to walk on the wall.
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Nice! This lightens the mood immensely. Okay, which way does that go? Oh, yeah. We're on an adventure! Come, narrator, adventure awaits! Wow, there's not even a way to go that way. This is our adventure dance. We probably need to go this way.
Wait, cut the music.
Aw.
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Doubt it,
Make sure
but still.
you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
These fronds, this fern, they're so amazing. So immaculate. Alright, that's enough fern gazing. Come on, can we get back to the adventure music?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Line has betrayed us, just like everything.
Stanley, I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
There's no line, narrator.
Now, Yes,
Uncharted.
This is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
How about we run in
Whatever it might be,
circles?
Stanley, I'm ready for it.
What if we ran in circles for hours upon hours?
No, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Too late, the
No
line is our
dimes or
companion.
monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Too late, it's acknowledged. It's part of our story again. Oh, it's been up there. Alright, line, our paths just seem to
a
depart.
choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Just walk in circles.
Okay. So
Ah.
I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in
That's
turn
crazy talk.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley.
Moon
Our
logic, you mean?
destiny awaits.
Aw, just give me the option. Narrator's not helping.
Oh, hold on.
Confusion ending. Haha!
Confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
After a long time,
It's all one
Stanley
giant
dies.
ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Haha.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this.
Just do some
I won't
Memento
restart
stuff.
The game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
We could take one of these doors.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite
Story
sure if we're
built
in the
upon
destination
confusion.
or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Oh, hey,
So I hope
welcome back,
that's where
Jake.
we are right now.
It's a
We'll
very
find
fun
out,
game.
won't we?
Definitely would recommend playing.
Eventually.
It's like
Well, in the
a few hours to
meantime,
just
if
get
you-
through stuff. Uh-oh. Now it's going to be a black space. Oh, I guess not.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
That's even more
decided to go to the
confusing.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so we're back at the very
Stanley
beginning.
came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
So I
knew
think we have to go
perfectly
straight
well.
forward
Perhaps
instead
he
of
wanted
taking
to
the
stop
lift,
by
because
the
I think once we
employee
took the
lounge
lift,
first,
that led us
just
to the
to
confusion
admire it.
ending.
It was okay.
Cold drinks, my beloved.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to
Oh,
his
no.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Do they hate the broom closet that much?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm telling you, business strategy is still my favorite painting.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
Hey, welcome,
Not
Stardust.
a living soul anywhere.
Oh, this one's great,
Could he
just for the
really
silly
be
narrative
alone?
stuff.
This was too much for Stanley.
How
to
will we
take,
ever know
too
that
much
Stanley
for
is
any
addicted
man
to drugs
take.
and hookers?
He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That
It's a
kind
skip
of
button.
anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Jeez, they're just putting dance parties in at every moment.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
At least we had that new age music. Almost down. Oh yeah, the narrator makes this game so great. It's the same thing, there's games that where if you have like a really good narrator, you know, Darkest Dungeon, Bastion, then that makes the game. Those games would not be anywhere near as fun without a good narrator.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Or you thought I was.
Although
Haha!
this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
That's what you think.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Oh, I think
At
there's
this
like a
point,
conveyor
Stanley
belt.
was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward.
There's like a trap
and
door.
willingly confront his death.
It's escape of a different sort, narrator.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer.
Oh, that's
to
right,
his
it smashes
demise,
you.
He reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And
You know,
so he resigned
like
and
lots of
willingly
folks do.
accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
You might say his life was a little flat. Oh, wow.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Like a second narrator come out of nowhere and then just like brutally murder the narrator.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Nature paintings. Corridor. The two doors. Push buttons. Oh, the button sounds. You know, we didn't actually go back and rate the other ones. We might have to do that at some point. Oh, come on. We should be able to play Zork on one of those. Oh, hey, welcome, Luis. Hopefully, school and such has been going well for you. Because if I remember right, wasn't it college that was keeping you busy? Office clock. It's so glorious. The office clock in all its majesty. boss's office. Yeah. Underground. Narration.
Stanley stood on the snow. Then he pushed the number 8. And finally, he pushed the number 6. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door.
1 second. Hydration.
Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley pushed the orange lever.
Oh, you have a great night, Dina. Thanks for stopping by.
Then he pushed the number 8.
The only downside is I don't remember a lot of this to be able to know what the differences are, which is very unfortunate. Freedom ending. First incarnation in the game's alpha. They did make that prettier, it looked like. Countdown desk. When was that? Oh, with the outtakes. Almost looks like that's the one with the baby. Oh, with the elevator? Ah, no problem. Well, you have a great night, Luis. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, which thing was with the elevator? Like, I'm lost in a museum. I don't know where I am. The meeting room. Maintenance layout. Ah. Oh, that's right. The lift takes you ultimately to the confusion ending. Wait, there was a vent? Oh no. I have to go back to the lounge. Okay, yeah. So being able to jump to your death. But it makes it OSHA compliant if you unplug the phone. Oh, there was an elevator? I think you have to get in the elevator to end it. On a battlefield fighting aliens? The game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. It is interesting to see the kind of thought that goes into these kind of games. There's just a variety of different things that, when it all comes together, it's actually quite interesting to see. I wonder if the... Wait, was the elevator up there, or was it back all the way here? Because I think this is where we came in. Yeah, this is where we came in. And there's no way out from there. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy and silly endings in this. But that's what makes it so much fun, just seeing... Like, if you just follow the narrator's instructions, it's pretty basic and it wraps up pretty fast, but the much more fun part is start doing things differently and intentionally screwing up. And trying to find different things to do. like, ride the elevator multiple times. All the while, the narrator gets more and more exasperated with your behavior. Monitor room elevator.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Well, one easy way to do that.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Nah.
Do choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
It's much more fun this way. Oh, praise the elevator. Oh, okay. Well, no worries.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
I've
It was
been
only a matter of time before he
a bit
found out
engrossed in Stardew Valley, so the next few streams
just
will
a
be
matter of
that.
time.
But even so, it will be a good bit of
Stanley
fun.
came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
We need to do this one where we turn the mind control on.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
You know, I don't actually
Feeling a
think so,
wave of
because I think it just
Stanley
closes down the
decided to
game.
go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
But that's the thing, I'm pretty sure I missed quite a few things.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons.
Oh, they're trying to
hey,
be...
look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh, the narrator's doing his own skip button. Alright, you have a great night, Luis. Thanks for the stopping by. And good luck with your classes. Oh yeah, that's the fun part, Stardust. Just every time that you piss off the narrator, like staying in the broom closet
Stanley walked straight
is a
ahead
lot of
through
fun.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Especially where the narrator just goes like, Stanley probably got the job through drug money.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No, not anymore. I'm trying to think of which routes we might not have done yet, because I think we've gotten
Now
all of them
jumped to life,
after this
their
one.
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee
Yeah.
in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Big Brother is watching. Deal with it.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Can't be controlled by your boss if he's not here. That's how it works.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Oh, there's a secret if we go
His own
back?
life in
Wait,
someone
go back
else's
from where?
control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Because we
Wasn't
went
it?
back up the
Was
elevator.
it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the
Up until the
world?
point that he got pissed off.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad.
Oh, if we go back
or
now.
content. Walking, eating, working. All
Oh,
of it
I see what you
monitored and
mean.
commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. for he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Nah, not this time. Oh, hey, welcome, Empty Vessel. Hopefully your day is going well. We are playing the Stanley Parable, kind of goofing around and having all the fun stuff of going off the rails.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort.
Controlling my mustache.
But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes.
Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments
push
until
buttons.
the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right.
Press any key.
You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
All right, he closed that door.
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times,
Yeah,
I
you
let
can't
the
do
office
anything. You
sink
have to
into
wait
the
until the...
ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have
There's no way
say
to
this,
turn
though,
off the bomb.
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate
we
to
can
see
actually go
it
up here.
go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only
we are.
34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
Oh, I was going to be like, cut the time.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These
much more
buttons.
fun.
No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
It's much more fun this way.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Goodbye, employee
That's
427.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here.
Good times.
Being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
I choose to flip you the
It's all the same
bird.
to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
There we go. I know, it's a lot of fun for this one. Hey, welcome, SS. Yeah, it never blew up.
Already this was uncomfortable.
We
and
just went
Stanley
back to our
decided that
place.
As soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in
Goodness.
his life.
I think we've done all the routes. Why don't we go back to the
Oh,
new
good.
content one?
You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
We'll check this one again real quick, and then I think that might be it. This is where you can see an hour of elevator
I've been
content.
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this
Oh, we get some new
ultra-deluxe
dialogue.
version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Lovely.
So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it
Mega
one
ultra
step
deluxe?
even further.
Can we
Which is
truly
why
be ready for
I'm
that?
very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Ace the sequel. Cold drinks. You'll never leave me. But do we have to make a
Calling it
choice
the Stanley Parable
as to
2
which door we
is
have to
just
take?
So much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2,
Yeah.
now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
This is definitely gun to the panda head business strategy. Ooh, what's this? Just the two of them. Oh, jeez. So many little things like that that just make this even better. But, can we pick the right door this time? Color red. Leverage, holistic value. Paradigm shift. TSP. Better TSP. Sequential mindshare. Just need more buzzwords. Ooh. It's art, but we can't really see it very well from where we are. New content is out. New content, part 2. In. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart. They're back. 2 doors. Stanley Parable 2. Very futuristic.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of
2 eyes, 2 ears, 2
that
nostrils,
surely the game
2
will
arms,
sort
2
of
legs.
naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Number 2 chat. Who took the red marker? Me. They have way too much fun with this. Ooh, the prequel. I mean, instead of just holding up 2 fingers on one hand, I'd prefer to hold up 1 finger on 2 hands. After all, I've already given the narrator the bird a few times. We can just double it. Ooh, can I actually take a seat? I guess there aren't any new features. That's fine. We can just play Stanley Parable.
Here we are. Go on. try out some of the new features.
Oh, he's locked me in. Most unfortunate. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. No. Here.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Infinite hole free achievement. Free, new and easy achievement. You can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. We can get a trophy. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours now.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
You know, I don't feel very good about going into the secluded back office area where the narrator's offering me free achievements. But whatever, it is a free achievement. That could go wrong here.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
It will
Right
exist,
now,
but
the
right now...
achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Do it. I know. See, this is why you don't, if they're offering free achievements, like, I feel like that this van needs to be having free achievements spray painted on it. That just ups the creep factor by, like, 20. It does say
What
gullible?
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Ooh, collectibles. Oh, you are here. Oh, they've got the jump circle back in. Ooh, an infinite hole. We gotta definitely jump in that. Always jump in the infinite holes.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
I'll pick up the
Stanley
stars.
Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable.
0 out of 6. Oh, jeez.
God, it really is
But
the
where's
worst
the
when you
other
collect
5?
everything in a video game, and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh, please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Ooh,
I
the
think
change in
that in
numbers.
the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. That definitely sounds more, disinterested in people. And can you imagine that? You just have, like, oh, we have to... Happy 12th birthday, stepniece. Nah,
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
ooh, it's the third
Happy
option.
12th birthday, stepniece, it is.
No, that's the wrong one. Maybe this was reverse psychology, so if we voted for this one, we'd get the Get Well Someday. It probably is.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
They're merchandising where the real money is made. Ooh, a reassurance bucket. It's like our companion cube, only in bucket
The
form.
Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal.
Too bad we won't be able to actually hold the bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance.
You're right,
while the bucket
Cormuz.
is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
All hail the bucket.
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Not to mention we
And in
can hit
fact,
people with the
Can I
bucket.
say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Are you saying
I
we
think
could
that
wear it
just
as a hat?
holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All
It'd be a
this and
weapon.
more awaits you in the Stanley Parable too.
Ooh, do we get to keep the bucket?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Quick, infinite hole. We must test this. You just gotta see how far down it goes. Open in room, surrounded area, depth, infinite. Jeez. Hole, more hill, hole, infinity fallen. Educational use only. Keeps going. Even better.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, please. One of the Zork games had this, where you fall. And then, while you're falling, you meet someone else who's fallen
See,
forever.
Isn't it wonderful?
And raise a
One
family.
of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I just want to see until the light disappears.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Never! This is our life now.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
No!
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Jeez.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole.
Hey, the
You
cigarettes.
found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
Okay, you got me
No
there.
one person actually wants to fall infinitely. I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put
Can
all
still
this
see the top.
behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
New mug. New mug, you didn't deserve falling forever. I wonder if he says anything before we teleport out. I know, you gotta make the narrator deal with it. Bro, we have our bucket. Everything makes sense. Oh, and the full release it will be infinite? That'd be it better. You know, I feel like that there's probably an Easter egg if you wait long enough where he'll say something more.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the
Wait,
sequel.
I wonder what happens if you jump in again.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
If it's even shorter next time.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain
a whole
that the
lot
hole is
less
not only not
infinite.
but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Eventually it's going to get all
that I'm starting to hit the
not
point
a hole.
where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
I don't know. The sense of fallen is really good right here. Oh, the teleport button doesn't work now.
Teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
We're stuck here forever.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Well then. This was worth it. No regrets. None whatsoever. That ominous music playing? It certainly can't be anything bad. Yeah, this is the whole ending. Ooh, nothing bad's gonna happen. Actually, I think it's getting deeper. Aha! This is where the true ending is. This is where they reveal the Stanley Parable 3. They're not even going to do Stanley Parable 2. They're just skipping it and going straight to Stanley Parable 3. And this is the elevator that takes us down to it. Ooh, I can change my perspective? Nice! Perfect. New camera angles. Stanley Parable 3. Ooh, change my perception.
stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's
Change your reality.
stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space
Beautiful.
of mine.
That's like a hell ocean.
My
Oh, that's even better.
stronger. Now you're no longer
Nice puppies. Now this is even better ending.
mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using
beautiful.
up the space of mine. My head's stronger.
Oh yeah, then that's perfect.
Longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
Oh, that's not creepy at all.
My head's stronger. Now you're no.
Stanley? Stanley? What? Stanley!
Oh, come on.
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
Dang
Because
fangled.
this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
There's more dog pictures. I wonder if it just loops. Oh, no, it's actually going to load. That's the best ending.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
The
what do
road
players
to the
really
perfect
want?
button.
And of course,
Too
the
big,
first and most
too
obvious
small.
answer is that they
Just
want to
right.
be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Oh, it's kind of like
Let's
Fallout,
have you role play as Jim to really
like Fallout
simulate
4,
the full
where
experience of this
Codsworth
feature.
will
Just
say
bear
a lot of
with me.
names.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Oh, it's just like real
Do you
life.
feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If
Exactly.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time.
Narrator's having
If
too
this
much
were
fun.
The only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
At least I have my bucket. But then, is it truly the Stanley Parable if you're just named Jim?
I
Let's see.
suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That's true. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. The new updated ray traced, more of the same, but in a good way sequel to the new features, new content, new ideas. Oh wait, the jump circle. We still need to do that. Where is the jump circle? We're at 5. Haha, jumps remaining.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
Last. Now we can complete the jumps that we were born to do. Let's get to negative jumps. Oh no, it disables it. I guess I wasn't ready for all that power to go into negative jumps. How unfortunate. One day, maybe Stanley Parable 2 will be able to do it. Well, I guess it's time for the exit. Hopefully the narrator lets us rate this so we can give him
All
a
right.
1.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yes. Unless we jump into infinite holes again. That's going to be much more fun.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Looks legit.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
Maybe we
sort
can...
of- Okay, never mind.
Maybe we can use the
Hold
jump
on.
circle to
Let
jump
me do
into
a
the pit.
different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Just like the Stanley Parable 2. How beautiful.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
You just need more
Wait.
doors, man.
Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
There's just a
With
bucket in
respect,
Stanley's office
with
the entire
care
time.
for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Here we are. Ooh, and it's got red color. That's how you know it's Stanley Parable 2. That or maybe Stanley has just been murdering a bunch of people. His eyes are all bloodshot and everything. Ooh, and now the halls get all funky and everything. Maybe making you a little nauseous. Let's begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I think this gets
Stanley
us back.
worked for a company.
Might even get us back to the very beginning. Oh, nope, there they are, the
All of
balloons.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There it is, the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
We got it. Where's the infinite hole to jump into?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wonderful. Then we're going to the broom closet. Ah, we gotta ride this until the very
Still
end.
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say
Oh,
here.
hey, welcome,
It's supposed to
Chris.
go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
I mean, that
Come on,
wrench
Stanley.
is probably
Lay
something.
into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
Oh, you don't mean
Share
it,
your
broom
journal
closet.
entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Board the broom cupboard back up. No. This is the part where
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering
These
philosophical diatribes.
definitely
about the
need
nature of
stickers.
cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
My goodness. Do you have anything else to say, narrator?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Good.
You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
This is perfect. I know, this bucket is too good for the broom closet. It's our deep and lasting friend.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. Oh, I guess that must be it. Or is it? Oh, jeez. Okay, so then we have to
Coming to a
continue.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I wonder if there's more stuff that opens up now. Because we have to now find the infinite hole. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature
Jeez.
Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Isn't
You
that the
can't buy
important
that
thing?
Sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Because there's only 4 left. Green bathrooms. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money crisp! Maybe we got some new pictures of pandas held at gunpoint. Oh no, you're kidding me. Oh, I know what business strategies are now. See, that's just business time. Which is not nearly as important as business strategies. Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Of course, the bucket is our good and close friend. It would never lead us astray. I wonder if this means that all the endings are kind of changed now with the bucket. The only downside is we'd have to try all the other ones.
An unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Indeed. Come on, bucket. We can do this.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
So we'll try going through some of these endings and see how they play out with the bucket now.
Room packed with television screens.
This would be a good. This should be in the new stuff.
Hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I know, you just gotta have your own companion bucket. Everyone needs a bucket to be able to deal with all the deep complexities of life.
Dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Goodness. I don't know. See, I want to do the normal ending first, just to see how that plays out with the bucket, and then we're going to go off the rails.
Influence as well? Had the bucket
and we'll come back and do the nuclear explosion one.
Wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Those are the secrets of the bucket.
Furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
No matter how good of friends you are with a bucket, it will never.
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own
He'll never
life
reveal
in someone else's control. Never. He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire
we have to find the infinite hole.
At this point, he could trust.
This is a new update. Deluxe Ultra Chad Mac. So we've been trying out different stuff with it.
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Now we finally have a bucket.
Labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and
It definitely
commanded
lets
from
you know
his
that this is
very
a
place.
brand new game.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Human
For
or
he and the
bucket.
bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Now let's walk off into the sunset with our bucket.
Stanley
Yeah.
and the bucket waited in blackness.
There's,
Was it over?
it, of course, spoofs everything. It's a good bit of fun.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere
And now that we have a bucket and the narrators
the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live.
given
Once they
various
stepped through this
bucket-related
massive door,
conversation.
the bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh no.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths.
Hey, there's a sticker on it. It's property of Stanley.
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
That is
To
true.
be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad.
As
Stanley
long as you
thought
have
to
a
himself.
bucket.
As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley
An option to throw the bucket.
He was about to find out.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Alright, bucket. We're going on a cargo lift.
Stanley clutched
Non-ocean
the bucket tightly to his
compliant.
chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
We're gonna
room.
die together.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yeah, see?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Cold drinks.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How in snow? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The
Oh.
cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
We're gonna die
So
together.
he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Perfect.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced
Keep our
the
bucket with us.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
There's so
calling
many
to him,
things that we have to
telling him
retrace
that the
now
employee
with our
lounge
bucket.
was simply the place to
We
be.
will kick the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps
That's
it
probably
really
how it
was.
works, Ultima.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
So we gotta try and
Never
check all the
mind.
other ones.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Well, except that. I totally didn't do what the bucket wanted there.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Oh, no.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
No.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed
jeez.
quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your
Was that sign
understanding of
always
what
there?
is
Or was
and
am I...
isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Yeah, come into this dark, secluded part.
Now
Jeez.
then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough.
We're gonna get this
should tell
wrong.
us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
That's not a bucket.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
Oh,
bucket.
technicalities.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a
dang it.
bucket, not an actual bucket.
Narrator's trying to mess with me. Oh, you have a great night,
Item
Tormiz.
3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, dang it. Oh, that's definitely a
Item
bucket.
4. Is this a bucket?
Yeah, that's 100% a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Jeez. I hope that it's not really a bucket, so I can answer yes. Oh yes,
Is
this
this a bucket?
Yeah, this is definitely a bucket. 100%.
Correct.
Wait, no!
This is a bucket.
Narrator, don't be messing with me like that.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
That's a tractor.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
No. They're questions. The worst kind of questions.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's
Oh,
nothing
jeez.
here.
That's
Of
how he
course
got
it isn't
me.
a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course
Exactly.
is not true. Unless... Is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Destroyed the
Any of us
narrator's
know
confidence in
what a
bucket.
is? Am I a bucket? Stanley,
Yes.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
Oh, no.
Okay,
No.
here we go.
You can't do that.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything was
Why
a
did everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God!
Buckets
I had
all the
no
way
idea.
down.
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
It changes
All right,
a person.
Here we go.
That sort of knowledge scars a person for life.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Let's do this.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was...
So I guess we can't do the red door and
and
blue door
And
ways.
here it was. Had the bucket
Since that
turned
just
out to be
takes us to
correct?
there.
Was this no? Never mind.
So then we should probably try the
Bucket
phones.
was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
And see what happens
No.
with that one.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Definitely the cargo
Now
lift.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
I
up there I need you
They
to
did a
do.
great job with these updates.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Any kind of companion
It should have
buckets is
alarmed
certainly
him,
a
of course, because buckets
great.
can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Sounds legit.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yeah, if a bucket's telling you to go into a dark room, you probably shouldn't do it.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
There it is. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press O to take me to work with you. Let's do it.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders.
That's what you think.
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Yeah, we're gonna disobey the bucket at some point. Press Q to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Just wait until Stanley Parable 3 with the tea kettle. Just have to go back.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Lies. Don't listen to the loud man. Press L first to go back home. Perfect.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press U to ignore anyone in your life except for me. It's the bucket.
Sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore.
I've got a
From
bucket.
now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press K to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press G to relive this same day with me, over and over. Forever.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Because it is such a great one. Go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Uh-oh.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket,
Oh, no.
this would be less confusing.
The narrator's gonna kill me for the
Bucket
bucket.
can tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or
Close your eyes. Back to work, Stanley. You want the bucket? I'll kill you with it. Oh, this is slightly different.
All of his co-workers were gone. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Okay, so we'll go to the
And here
left.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was
I wonder
this
if we
a-
can do the
Never mind.
confusion ending.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Interesting, so we can do confusion. At least, presumably, confusion. But the bucket's supposed to ward us against
Good,
confusion.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh no! We care about you, Stanley.
Your
Even the
friends
broom
and I are
closet.
concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite
Back
jokes,
off, broom
not
closet.
the bucket that they've never seen before.
You've already badmouthed the
Yes,
bucket
I
too
know
much.
I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
As long as it's bucket oriented.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
That's true. Just we can do all that like the good old days.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you
Yeah, we
remember
can't
all
dis-
those
oh,
great
disobey the
jokes from the
bucket.
original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now
Classic.
as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
As long as it's not bucket oriented.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh, there's no way out.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Surely there's a way to...
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Ooh.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters.
Yeah, but we
like
first
the
kinda
Adventure Line or
just
the
waited
Bucket
out.
Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Goodness. I guess that's one way to destroy a bucket and everything around us.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you. Tell
was
such
too pure for this
spellbinding
world.
stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new
There was
friend.
only bucket.
For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
But not magnificent enough. Plus, more bucket-related shenanigans await.
All of his co-workers were the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
I think
to
there's
his
a few
chest
on this side
and
that we
entered the door on
haven't
his
done.
left.
Because we need to do the nuclear ending and then try and escape and so forth. We find them. That's the completionist instinct. No, don't do that. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. Maybe we are the collectibles. Who took pictures of these? Oh no. There will be an award for finding them all. A large room, lots of... Oh, somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. Oh, maybe that was like the apartment ended one. Something to do with stairs. No. Hey, you have a great night, Utopias. I'm gonna try a few more endings, but then I'm gonna probably also stop.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't have time to just do all of the collectibles, I'm afraid.
Stepping into his
I do want to
manager's
see some of
office,
these more
Stanley
endings.
was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes.
It was.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
This is such a fun game, though. Just with all this silliness. Oh, the downstairs, you're right. I need to get that one. And then tomorrow I should be able to finish up Haiku, the robot.
Stanley and the bucket
That
walked
releases
straight ahead
tomorrow.
through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, we'll do Nuclear Ending downstairs. We'll do the escape one next and then downstairs.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Let's see, hit the cameras.
Monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket.
Oh,
in
going
shock.
up and down? You're right.
Everyone in the
There's so
office
many
was
that we
being
have to do.
videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring
I mean, we
it
would also
that
need to redo the one where we
fine.
just go ahead and feed the bucket to the bucket destroyer. But I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to get through
Was
all of
the
them
bucket
tonight.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had
Really
the
would
bucket
recommend
been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Trying out the game as well.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised
And I definitely want to finish
Stanley's
this
feeble
once I get some more time. I'll probably be doing that on my own.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life
I know,
in
there's so
someone
many
else's
different
control.
endings
Never!
to try
He
out.
squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
But it's nice to see that they
At this
added
point,
these
He
in.
could trust no one except for the bucket.
Even just for a simple gag of carrying a
Here
bucket
was the
around.
proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button
I knew
to
it.
turn
The
on
buckets
the
would
controls.
betray us.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds.
Nice.
The control buttons became active again.
Aw.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand.
I don't
The
know.
one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best,
Best ending.
and Stanley was happy.
At least we get a lot of silly birds. Hey, welcome, Tatsuya and Godfather Puppy.
All
As
of
we
his co-workers
continue
were gone.
with some
What
more
could it
Stanley
mean?
Parable.
Stanley decided to
Ooh.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Figurine
he was
Finders
sending us a
Committee.
memo.
we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, that's the nuke ending. It's that playing through and getting like the there's one under the table. That playing through with the bucket opens up some new endings.
Coming to a staircase,
We'll go
Stanley
down the
and
stairs.
the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Into double hell.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Oh, jeez.
Strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps.
Oh, no.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
This is unfortunate.
He felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is
Exactly.
it? I must find it.
You have to have a
Far
bucket
off
to
in the
ground
distance
yourself.
Now he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Okay.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
I mean, we need our sticker.
Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old
It's gotta be
friend.
like,
It was the
"Help
only way
me,
to truly restore
Stanley."
his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from.
Inside him all
The
along.
bucket
Oh,
was inside of him all along.
oh
It was
goodness.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh, no.
This is the story of a woman named Mariela.
Does she have a bucket?
Mariela woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security.
Oh, goodness,
and
she does
walked
have a
to her place
bucket.
of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's
Oh,
all
great.
just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't.
Well, you never lose your
realize
bucket.
He'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariela thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything.
The bucket also had a job interview later that day that she had to get them to.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
And everyone applauded. Oh, that was pretty good.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Alright,
his
so we have to
chest
do the escape
and
ending.
entered the door on his left.
Oh, we also going up and down the elevator. There's so many of these good ones.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Let's do this.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the wind, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
Yes.
the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So yeah, we'll probably do escape and then do the elevator one and see with it, and then probably where, because I am starting to lose steam.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
No. Not the bucket,
The door
it's too
behind them was
innocent.
not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death.
Hey, thank you for the sub, Joshua. Under stairs? Wait, which stairs? Oh, I think I see what you're saying, with like the collectibles. Fortunately, I'm losing a good bit of steam to where I'm probably not going to be able to hunt them down tonight. I'm going to probably just finish the rest of it on my own tomorrow.
And Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise. Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure,
Hey, welcome,
it puts the
Broccolis.
mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
I almost thought that I could just jump right off there.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a
Goodness.
glorious bucket to behold.
It is. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. At least the bucket is here to welcome us.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
It's the result of euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I think that's a little more than 25. Inferno bucket. Fine, I can take these buckets. Stress bucket. And cave runs of the ancient buckets. Wonderful.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. Ooh, can I do the jump down? Nope, nope. I was trying to fall down the hole.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
I like how they change these endings around a bit. This one is a narrative-driven game in which we play as a fella named Stanley, and we have a narrator. Oh goodness, who makes
All
the
of his
game
co-workers were gone.
quite
What could it
entertaining.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend.
I think they
The
might
withered companionship
a few too many
that
papers on the
stands
ground.
Test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket.
The
tightly to
elevator
his
one,
chest
that's the
and
one.
entered the door on his left.
Let's do this. It definitely is worth playing. It'll give you several hours of fun with just trying out different variations. Because the entire thing about it is whether or not you just follow along with the story,
Coming to a
or
staircase,
if you
Stanley
decide to
and
do
the bucket
something
walked
different at the
upstairs
various
to the boss's
decision
office.
moments. In this case, we're just exploring some of these paths now that we have a bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it
nice.
the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
It was.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Now we should be able to just spread this back up and down. But yeah, if you've never played it, I definitely recommend it. This one's the Ultra Deluxe one that came out today. I haven't played this in like 4 years. So this is... It's fun to relive this and try out the new
Stanley
content.
said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Nice!
The bucket said nothing.
The bucket was facepalming. I'm gonna press all the 3s.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley. After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Oh no. Alright, let's get back in the elevator. Then we'll ride it back up. The bucket just slowly shaking itself.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Jeez. Definitely gotta keep pushing the number 3.
No, 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 said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the
Oh, no problem.
happiness I feel.
This game is definitely a lot
Smiled
of
at the
fun.
bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The bucket is just filled with disappointment. There's a lot of stuff inside that bucket at the moment, and it's all disappointment.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument,
Oh, no.
weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing.
I know, definitely
The
like
bucket
a...
conveyed absolutely nothing at all. Only silence.
But definitely
Crushed
disappointment.
by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Alright. You win this round, bucket. Watch out, because I'm going to go back up.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Nah, there's no solution. Nothing can be done.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference
A press
where he
conference.
would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it.
Jeez.
Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
This is just a
For
setup for...
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
This is just preparation for Stanley Parable 3. That's why the number 3 is just so important. To stage 33333. Oh, amazing.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
3 again. 3 again. Stanley. Oh, yeah, that's like, it's a different version of it this time. Great. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Oh, and they're all just 3s this time. It's even better. Wait. The dude who came up with pizza.
There was no one here.
Oh, come on. My
Nobody
press
had come to
conference
the
was
press conference to
amazing.
hear Stanley speak.
We had a
To
great
listen to
PR
him
tour.
talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
And I assume...
Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Then also that as the press conference is just empty there, Stanley just walks out into the rain alone, possibly to die.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
How far? Oh, maybe we can get out of bounds with it.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh
The
no.
bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein. of sadness and regret.
Knew it, the bucket
and
was
many
behind
years
everything.
spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger.
No, I
Of
just
hope and
thought, I just
redemption, and its crusade to uplift
realized
the
that as I
struggle
turned
life of
back.
the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm
Yeah, this
glow
bucket
of
is definitely a
inspiration
war
begins
criminal.
to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are...
Alright, this is worth it.
bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Aw,
Otherwise,
R.I.P.
we would have
bucket.
easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
No, we have to side with the bucket.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Alright, so unfortunately it's getting pretty late. I'm starting to lose steam, so this is where we're going to stop. This isn't everything, as I know that there's a lot of stuff that I've still missed, but I had a lot of fun tonight playing this again for the first time in years. And if you've never played this, would definitely recommend giving it a try. And it's definitely several hours of having fun with just kind of all the fun stuff with the narrator. But nonetheless, thank you guys so much for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy. See you guys next time. And a Steam Part 2. I don't think there's enough to really do a Steam Part 2. But I would definitely suggest, you know, get in the game and then play it on your own to find the remaining endings. And I'm pretty sure someone's going to compile all the endings. So there's that as well. But nonetheless, see you guys next time, and we'll be doing Stardew Valley Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday. And until then, see ya.